Can I have Glenn and Will, please? Glenn and Will, can you please come to the platform? There just to get deep enough, needs to be able to get his hip crease, top of his hip, needs to get below the top of his neck. Next up we have Chris coming out with 157.5. Bars loaded. 156. Chris. Three white lights, good left. Next up we have Joshua with 160 kilos. We are loading up 160 kilos for Joshua White. Yeah, rep at 17. Bars loaded. Let's go, Josh. 160 kilos. Joshua White, please come to the Joshua, 100 kilos.
And here we go. Joshua White loaded up to 160 kilos. Not sure if he's going to come out or not. Taking a look at the side cam. Doesn't look like we see Joshua here. Might be timing out this attempt. May have been a bit too slow to warm up, or just not organized. Have to wait and see if he comes out for the next few attempts.
Rolling in these sleeves.
Looks like he was just unorganized here. He's rolling up his knee sleeves and running out. He has 12 seconds on the clock. Oh, stands up with it. Unfortunately, he unfortunately missed all of the commands there, so it's all red lights for him.
Say that the lifter is standing tall with their knees locked. Once they put their hands down, the head referee will give a start command, a squat command. As soon as that happens, they can squat. Once they stand tall again, knees locked, standing tall with the squat, they will get a rack command. You must listen to all of these calls in order to get white lights. Failure to do so will be reds.
So I'm sure Jeffrey will come back to hit that on the next one. Looked like plenty strength, as we saw from the actual attempt, but just rushing it made him miss the calls. Being asked to move off the platform because in powerlifting you must remove the thumb loops from your wrist wraps if you use them to put on the wrist wraps. While on the platform, I believe the only thing you can actually alter or change is your belt. So we saw Jeffrey earlier had to get off because of his knee sleeves, but here is Sia. Very controlled and strong squat there. 3 white lights. Good attempt. We now have Joshua with 106. Oh. Looks like the screen is incorrect here. Looks like we've reset. We are going to 175 kilos.
175 kilos.
The screen will look to update shortly, but we are up to 175 kilos now for Joseph. Very strong looking squat there for Joseph. 3 white lights, good lift. So we are now bumping it up to, sorry, it stays the same for James. So it stays the same at 175 here for James. And here we go. Bar is loaded. Very strong looking squat there for James. 3 white lights, great lift from him. Good start to the competition. So far we're looking overall pretty well, at least in the 83 kilo class. We had a couple in the 93s mess up there, but that was just because of not being prepared. So this first flight, oh, that's all good. Well done, mate. You too. This first flight is the 83s and 93s, and then we will have the 105s in the next flight, all open at this point. Buried that one from Connor, wow. 2-1. Got a red on the side for not having his knee fully locked out at the top. So you need to fully lock out your knee and your hips. If you have what's called soft knees, essentially, you're just going to get a red light for that one. Shooting up to 185 kilos for Wiramu. Also be seeing a very big discrepancy in height throughout these flights. Kind of 83 to 105 range is where you get a lot of different body types competing. Another very deep squat. Smooth and steady though, great to see. And it is 3 white lights.
Next up we have Wilson coming out with 187.5.
Jumping up we have Wilson with 187.5.
Fire's loaded. Let's go Wilson.
Very strong squat there. One of the few high bar lifters in the competition, honestly. Low bar is generally the preferred style for squats, allowing you to generally, for most people, have a stronger squat, at least more weight loaded. Sometimes you get the rare body type that does better with high bar. Or a lot of people do it because it is less stressful on the shoulders and elbows. So you actually are feeling better going into bench. It's all just kind of a pros and cons there. Next up we have Arvin, 195 kilos. Definitely picked the color for this. Sinks it down, 3 white lights there for Arvin. Very nice. Samesh coming up next, 200 kilos being loaded up. Just taking a look now at the scoreboard here. We've got 2 more lifters in the 83 still to go, with one being Samesh and one being Jack Tan. Looks like we're going to have a fight here for kind of that 3rd place with Samesh. But going back to the lift itself. Strong squat, 2 to 1, he gets it. Red from the front for depth there, but you only need 2 whites to get a good lift. Next up we have Peter in the 93 kilo class. Looking at the scoreboard here though, you can see Peter's opener bench right now is 180. Peter is a monster bencher, but he does like to do the 3 lift just to see how far that bench will take him. It's not a slouch in the other 2 lifts either, by far, but here we have 210 opener for Peter. Strong squat. He gets the 3 white lights for it. Good lift there for Peter. Next up, 215 for Jack. A relatively low opener for him, but he is just coming back into lifting a bit. He's only had, I think, 5 to 6 weeks of proper training after taking a bit of a break, and some injuries kind of stopped him from training for a while. So I know he's been kind of trying to fast track getting back under some heavy weight. I want to say the most he's hit recently in training, just to feel it out, was about 220. So he has in the past squatted right around that 250 mark though. So if this moves well, expect him to make some big jumps out of this one. Oh, very snappy. Definitely looking for probably close to a 15 kilo jump there from Jack. That was easy peasy. But we go into our second attempt here. Starting us off, we will have 100 kilos being loaded on the bar for George. Missed it on the opener for depth, just needs to sink it a little bit lower. Taking a quick peek at the scoreboard right now. We can see there's quite a big grouping of people around that kind of 5:30ish mark for the 83s. But jumping back to George now.
Got it up. Yeah, unfortunately, when you get to the start command, when you move your feet, it becomes a really hard. You cannot step, you cannot walk. Once he gives you the start command, your feet must be.
Unfortunately for George, he moved he stepped back, kind of got himself set, got the start command, and then moved his feet again afterwards, which is not allowed in powerlifting. So he really just needs to, get himself set up coming out of the rack and not fumble around with his feet after he gets that start call. But here we go for Chris, 160 kilos being loaded up. Very deep squat there from Chris. 3 white lights, great lift. We now have Joshua coming in. Plenty of strength on the opener for him. Just wasn't really ready for the lift. Took him till about 10 seconds to run out onto the platform and then skip the start call. So I'm sure with a little bit less pressure to get under the bar, he will be just fine. Yeah, just as expected. Without the pressure, absolutely easy squat there. Pretty disappointing, I think, having that happen on your opener, but at this point all you can do is keep going forward with it. Now he just has to make up the decision of does he go to his planned second or does he kind of make a jump in between second and third and go from there. Next up we have 172.5 kilos being loaded up for Sidhu. Smooth squat there, and he gets 3 white lights for it. Good lift. Jumping it up, we have 185 now for Joseph. Had a couple of lifters all around this sort of mark. 185, 187.5. Quite a large flight, actually. We have 8 lifters in the 83s and currently 4, maybe 5 in the 93s. It really depends on if George is going to register a squat. Based on the numbers, actually, George, the guy who's missed both of his openers now, seems to be more of a bench press specialist with a 155 currently written in there. But here we have Joseph with the 185 competing out of Auckland University Strength Society, ex-AUSPA. Smooth there from Joseph. Good call on the second. Unfortunately, though, not quite deep enough on that. Yeah, it was a close call, but unfortunately, not quite there. Usually you'll get that from the two from the side ref when it's like borderline, and sort of weight from the head ref, because it's very hard to see that depth from the head ref's position. So the side refs are really looking for that. Next up, though, we have a 185 on the bar for James. So same weight here for James. Very strong there from James. Actually looked almost cleaner than his opener. I think he had a lot of nerves, if you actually noticed on the opener, just kind of shuffling around a little bit there. But a lot of lifters actually end up hitting technically more sound lifts on their seconds, because just for nerves and anxiety of that opening attempt. Once you get that out of the way, it's a lot nicer to be competing. But here we go, 187.5 for Connor. And that is 3 white lights there. Weight jumps up to 192.5 kilos. Very high rack height here. Rack height 17.
Let's go.
We have kind of rack heights ranging from the kind of 13, 14 all the way up to 17, 18 in this flight, which definitely kind of shows the different body types, but also just slows, like, it's a lot for spotters and loaders, so you'll generally see a bit of a longer rest between these attempts. Here's the 192, definitely sinks that down. Looks comfortable the whole time though. Definitely giving himself room going into that third attempt. We got Wilson here with a chip shy of 200 kilos, 197.5 on the bar. Wilson's definitely just trying to build up a bigger total here. He's going to be in that kind of first to third podium kind of fight going on, so it'll be good to see where he kind of ends up here. And that is 3 white lights. Good lift there for Wilson. Jumping up 205 for Arvin.
Switching it out to our spotters and loaders. Head spotters already done one session today. 2 side spotters on this side. Both competed yesterday in the open and both won their weight classes. Bar is loaded for Arvin.
Strong squat there from Arvin. 3 white lights. Lots of these boys picking good numbers to give himself some wiggle room on the third. You really don't want to see someone struggling aggressively on that second, because then you just know the only jump they can really take is 2.5. And once you get to these sorts of weights, 2.5 kilos is not a big jump. Pretty much like you're doing a third attempt twice at that point. But here we have Samesh, 207.5 kilos.
deadlift. Awesome to the 10. Peterson Reed is coming up with 220 kilos.
And here we go, 220 now for Peter. Coming into our last couple seconds from this flight. Actually moving through this flight relatively quickly for the size of it. It is a, I believe, 13 person flight at this point. And yeah, really muscling through it. Very smooth squat there from Peter. Expecting to see kind of that 5 odd kilo jump up to the third. 225 was looking comfy. And here is Jack Tan, that 15 kilo jump we were talking about. Coming in hot with a 230. After that 215, I would have been surprised if anything kind of less than this. I know he's kind of aiming for that 240, 245 range on the third. So this is perfect to kind of set him up for that and to pick kind of where he wants to go up to.
We've got 230 kilos for Jack. Bars low for Jack.
Jack follows the single Q mindset, and his Q is glutes. It's a 6-year Q at this point. Never fails him. Let's go, Jack. Come on. Let's go, Jack. Come on. Huh? Woo-hoo. Very snappy squat there for Jack.
Alright, George is coming out 100 kilos. Had a couple of critical errors so far. Just needs this to stay in the competition. Just needs to keep his feet planted, listen to the calls.
You think I'm not fast on the pizza side? I know how to order them quick.
Fires one for George, 100 kilos. Come on, George.
We got George here again with 100 kilos. He really needs to focus on getting this one right. Yep. Did he skip the squat call? 2 to 1, he gets it. Good lift. Yeah, a red from the front for the start command. It was very close. But hey, he gets it on the board, so that is good to see.
Let's make sure that we get behind all these lifters that are coming out getting PBs. Let's make sure we get the guys helping out. Bars loaded first, 167.5.
Very nice there from Chris. What do I say? 3 white lights, great third attempt choice for him.
180 kilos being loaded.
Next up, we have 180 kilos being loaded up here. For say.
Bars loaded, 180 kilos.
And here we go, 180 loaded up for Sam. Smooth and steady there. Great attempt choice. And he gets the 3 white lights for it. Excellent lifting there. Next up, we have 180 for Josh, taking a 20 kilo jump. I would expect this would have been between his kind of planned second and third, which is kind of what you see when people miss that opener and get on the second, kind of taking a bigger jump up to the second. Strong net from Josh. He gets 3 lights for it. Good lift. Bumping it up, we go to 190 now for Joseph. Missed 185 on his second here. I believe that was for depth, if I remember correctly. So maybe following the mantra of if he has more weight on his back, it'll take him down lower. Yeah, it was for depth on this one, so he had plenty of strength though, so maybe this was his planned third anyway, and he just wants to take it no matter what. Gets up with it. What did the ref say? Unfortunate. 3 reds on that one for depth, just too high on that. We'll see if that kind of messes with any plans he had. A lot of these lifters are kind of playing around qualifying numbers for nationals, and so have made their plan around that. So if you start missing lifts like this, it's going to be very hard to make your qualifying numbers, and you're going to have to take bigger jumps later on. But here's James, 190 kilos. He smoked 185. Looked better than his opener. Stands up with it. Do the refs say, was he deep enough on that one? No, not deep enough. Unfortunately, cut it a bit. You could kind of see it. He didn't quite hit that sticking point as well on the way up. Definitely, I don't think it was strength. I feel like that was nerves at that point. But we have 192.5 now for Connor. Connor absolutely sinking the last couple, so he won't have the issue I think most of these guys have been having with depth. It'll be a question of if he can stand back up with it. What do you need? I've got cash. No. Oh.
Okay, spoilers, just a little bit too much today.
Unfortunate there, yeah. Depth was not the issue, unfortunately strength was. Great effort though by him, and awesome catch from the spotters. We jump it up to 195 for Owiramu. Don't wave and see if you get
195 kilos for Owiramu. Let's go.
There we go. Now this is actually quite an important squat here because he is going to be duking it out for that second, third place. Prognosis puts him in second, 2.5 kilos apart. So every kilo is going to count here. And he gets it. Well, let's see what the rest say. 3 white lights. It was a pretty safe attempt to call early. That was a great lift. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Just heard he didn't actually give in his 10th card, which is why it only went up 2.5. Definitely he had room for more. In reality, though, we'll see if that does bite him. The other lifter who has still to come might drop the ball and kind of mess up his attempt anyway. Here we go, Wilson, 205. Good third there for Wilson. 3 white lights, great lifting so far. We got 212.5 kilos now for Smash.
Smash also in the 83 kilo class with Jack. Wilson. Bar is loaded for Smash, 212.5. Bruce, 3rd and 10. Come on, let's get behind him. There's the support, come on!
He stands up with it, but it looks like he may have cut it a bit high. Yeah, unfortunately he did in fact cut it quite high. You could definitely see it. He kind of turned around before he hit that natural position. But we bump it up to 212.5 for Arvin.
Bar is loaded for Arvin. Come on, Arvin.
Pizza each. Evie's always on the piss. Evie's always on the piss. Evie, these are us sizes, not you sizes. Think W. Oh, make him gluten free if you don't want to waste it. I'll eat all of it. Roll it up like a burrito. Bit of a fight there from Arvin, but 3 white lights, great lift. So he was the other one fighting around for that second sort of place there, but we've got 227.5 now for Peter. Down to our last 2. Is it your one lifter off, John?
Bar is loaded for Peter, 227.5.
Very nice from here for Peter. The refs agree. 3 white lights. Awesome lift. Smooth and steady there. And we now have our final squat. Putting on that 240 from Jack 10. Jack's really trying to add some separation between him and the rest of the competition.
Bar is loaded for Jack, 240 kilos. Come on, Jack.
Come on, Jack! Let's go, Jack! Come on! Get after it, man! Come on! It's your way, Jack. Let's go!
Let's go, big dog. Come on.
Go! Come on!
Smooth looking third there for Jack. Bloody always a showman. That finishes off our first flight. We're going into the 105 class now. What's going to be awesome about this flight is, as we can see, it is just the 105s now. So everyone's competing against everyone else in this next flight. So there are 14 lifters in this flight. I think this is the biggest class we have in this competition. It's awesome to see as a fellow big boy 105. So, and we've got quite a range as well. Starting us off, we will have Angelo with 170 kilos.
All these guys will be as high as they can in this competition.
Oh, hello.
That's a 14-person flight in 105s. That's how you open it.
Very easy opener for Angelo. Starting us off strong.
Next up, Nathan has 175 kilos being loaded on. Starting us off with 3 weeks.
And here we go, Nathan, 175 on the bar.
Let's go, Nathan. Come on. Easy opener.
Very tall lifter here. Oh, absolute smoke show there from Nathan. Red from the front. Unsure what the red from the front was, but I believe it was not being fully locked out at the top. Doesn't really matter though. He got 2 whites. That's all you need. But here we go. A real change in our rack height here. We have William also taking 175. Very solid opener there for William. 3 white lights, good lift.
3 white lights, good lift.
We now go to 180 kilos for Gus.
Bar is loaded. Let's go, Gus.
Bar is loaded for Gus.
Sorry, we just got a weight change.
Wait. The weight wasn't changed. No, it changed on the screen, but it didn't change on the bar.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I was laughing at that. And here we go. It looks like a weight wasn't changed on the opener for Gus, but here we go. Very easy opener there for Gus. 3 white lights. We now have a jump up here to 205 kilos for Angus. Angus has been helping out at the competition, setting up a lot of the technical support for the weekend.
Bar is loaded. Let's go, Angus. 205
Man's
kilos.
taken on the APA tech guy role. Great to see him lifting again, though, in competition. Very easy opener there for Angus. As usual, Angus sandbagging his openers.
Friday before the competition started.
We bump it up for Nasili at 212.5 kilos.
Bar is loaded. 212 kilos.
Strong there from Nasili, 3 white lights, good lift. We got 220 kilos being loaded up next for Oliver. With as Paul was saying, such a big flight as well. The larger the lifter, usually the more rest period they like to have between attempts. As a fellow 105, I'm not saying we're lazy, but we're definitely not very quick to do things. So 14 lifters is actually not enough rest for most of us. At least 20 minutes between attempts would be preferred. But here's 220 kilos for Oliver. Sinks it down. Pretty much bounces off his calves. And he gets the 3 white lights for a good lift.
We have 225 kilos being loaded off for Sean King.
Next up, we have Sean King. 225 kilos being loaded up.
Sitting behind myself. It's loaded for Sean. 225 kilos. Let's go, Sean. Come on, Sean.
Smooth and steady there for Sean. 3 white lights, great lift. Good start for him. We have the same weight now for David. We kind of have some like groupings of different lifters, some around like the 180, then the kind of 210 to 220, and we take a bit of a jump up to like the 235, 240 mark for these openers. Luckily, it's not where you open, it's where you finish by the end of it. Solid squat there from David. Unfortunately, he beat the rack call on that one, and you could tell that he knew it. As a pro tip, if you ever beat a command, don't act like you beat it. So you could hear him hiss out because he knew he beat the command. Just pretend like you didn't beat it and hope you get the right light anyway. Next up, we got Ridma, 230 kilos, competing out of Get Strength. Beautiful looking squat there from Ridma. His squat really mimicking his deadlift in terms of technique. And his squat actually has improved so much in the last year. I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying it used to look like a bit of a train wreck. That looked beautiful to watch. So now we have Marius, 230 kilos. Marius has actually been here all day, helping people out, handling and coaching. So quite a few of the lifters in these in this 105 flight have been around all day, either helping, filming, or handling. Absolute sinker from Marius there. Beautiful squat. Not looking like he is affected at all by being here for the last couple sessions. We got Denzel up next, 235 kilos, another lifter who has been here all day, and I think all of yesterday as well, helping set up and also handling lifters. Very nice looking opener there for Denzel. Looking comfy out there for him. Probably the nicest I've seen for a squat of that weight from him. But we've got two more squats to be precise for the openers. We got 240 kilos here for Adam.
240 kilos. Let's go, Adam.
Strong looking squat there from Adam. 3 white lights on that one. Great lift. We got to jump to 245 kilos here for Thomas. And this will be the last opener for the 105s. Thomas just recently competed in the Commonwealth Champs last year as a junior. This is his first year in Open, and he'll be going and competing in Malta at the World Champs later on this year. Strong squat there from Thomas. 3 white lights, good lift. He has a cheeky little smile about that one. Definitely strong. We go into our second attempt here. We have 185 up first for Angelo.
Bars loaded, 185 for Angelo. I do it over your team. Continue to get on.
Woo. Another strong squat there for Angelo. 3 white lights, great lift there. Weight staying at 185 now for William.
Bar is loaded, let's go William. 185 kilos.
Sugar-free or no?
How you been, right? Yeah.
So here we go for William, lifter out of Get Strength. Very strong there from William. He gets the 3 white lights for a great lift.
Nathan's going to take us up to 190 kilos.
190 here for Nathan. Bit of a jump up in weight and also rack height. Nathan, probably our tallest lifter in the flight.
Bar is loaded. Let's go, Nathan.
He's looking about the same height as our back spotter there, who's already outrageously tall for his weight class. So.
Strong kick here. 3 white lights, good lift. Next up we have Gus coming in with 195 kilos. Bar is loaded for Gus.
Very speedy there for Gus, 195. Honestly, they bumped up his opener from weight to 182.5, but really they should have probably bumped it up to like 200. He is looking way too quick out there. Weight's going up to 215 kilos now for Angus. Nice 10 kilo jump here for Angus. This should also be very easy for him.
215 kilos.
Let's go, Angus!
Come on, Angus, let's go. Come on, Angus, let's go.
Oh, too easy.
3 white lights, good lift.
Stop sandbagging. Yeah.
220 kilos.
He just looks so uncomfortable.
Bar is loaded.
Evie, he reminds me a lot of the juniors, where they just look like all shaky, but then they're fine when they actually lift.
Yeah, they did it easily.
Yeah, they just look like death under it. And that is 3 white lights. Great lift there for Sealy. We're going to 225 kilos now for David. I believe. Batteries. Oh, we're charging now. Okay. Right.
Good fight through that one. 3 white lights, good lift. It's not 14, so 240 kilos. Sean's been looking great training.
Oh, that's good.
Part is loaded for Sean, 240 kilos. Come on, Sean.
It looks like one from behind. You keep doing you, Evie. We'll find it.
Go, Sean. Come on.
Oh well. You know what? As long as it doesn't run out, we're fine.
Three white lines, four left.
Yeah, exactly.
242.5 been loaded off the root line.
Whatever. Not a problem now.
Super strong.
They last all day though.
Hmm?
Is it, they lasted all day.
Fire is loaded for root line.
That's the one that I was using that earlier, so. And here we go, 242.5 kilos now for Ridma. Oh, beautiful squat there from Ridma. Bumping up, we go 245 for Marius. This boy's taking some nice jumps, 15 kilo jump here.
Fire is loaded for Marius. 245 kilos, come on Marius.
Marius and Ridma both following the same squat principles here, looking very nice. Very white lights. We got 250 kilos, quarter of a ton being loaded up now for Denzel. Denzel's definitely been working really well on his squat as of late. I remember just last year, I think this would have been kind of a third attempt reach. Now he's looking at this one for his second, and based on the speed of his first, this should definitely move well. And it moved well indeed. 3 white lights there for Denzel. We got Thomas coming out next, 252.5 kilos.
Fire is loaded for Thomas, 252.5.
Go Thomas!
Come on, come on, come on! Woohoo! Woohoo!
Very smooth squat there from Thomas. 3 white lights. We'll see what he puts in. See if he goes safe with like a 257 or if he jumps it for the 260. We're now going out to 275 kilos for Adam. 5 reds aside. Massive squat here.
Looks like Adam's going to time this one out, so we've got 1 minute. Spotters and loaders can grab a drink. Referees can have a stretch. We'll be starting our third team squats. We'll be starting off with 195 for Angelo. Just waiting for the time to click down. Give our spotters and loaders a nice rest. Can I please have lights from the referees? All right, we're going on. Third attempt. Starting us off 195 kilos. Final squats on the evening session. These guys are pushing themselves, going as high as they can. Let's get behind them, give them some support. Up them out. Start grinding and start getting louder. Bar is loaded. Go, Angelo.
And here we go, going into our third, setting us off with 195 for Angelo.
Ooh, twist to the bottom, but he got it up. 3 white lights, 4 left. Who just competed in the session prior. 195 kilos.
And here we go, 195 as well for William.
Bar is loaded for William.
Unfortunate there. Bit too heavy. Great save though by the spotters on that one. We're bumping it up to 200 kilos now for Nathan.
About 200 kilos to finish off this squat. This one is happy. Bar is loaded, 200 kilos for Nathan. Go, Nathan.
Strong squat there for Nathan. 3 white lights, great lift. Man has a long way to go though in terms of like squat distance. Pretty sure he's squatting twice as far as I have to. But we got Gus here, 205. Don't think I've seen him struggle yet on the platform in the last 2 attempts, so maybe we'll see a modicum of difficulty on this one. Don't expect it still, but Gus has been looking very strong. Unfortunate there for Gus. 3 reds on that one. Couldn't quite get it on the day. I guess kind of one of those lifters where it's either like there or it's not. It's either incredibly quick or gets kind of stuck in that sticking point in the middle. But jumping up, we have Angus doing a 220 for his third. Really showing his lowest criteria there. Yeah.
Come on, Angus. Come on, Angus. Let's go. Come on, Angus. Let's go.
Bring the pain.
So you do it.
Seriously going through a hernia. Very strong there from Angus. He's one of those lifters where it always just looks a bit shaky walking out, but then the easiest squat you'll see. We have 225 kilos now for Silly. Getting down to our last half of the thirds. Good catch by the spotters there. Unfortunately, just a bit too heavy on the day. How it is sometimes. We got David with 230 kilos now. Small jump from the 225, but we'll see if it was the right one. What a recovery there from David. Hit that sticking point, and I'm pretty sure if he got stuck there for another half a second, the spotters would have grabbed it. But fought through it, held his position, didn't panic. Great choice on the weight as well. Bumping up, we have 237.5 kilos now for Oliver. Oliver, one of the lifters who is kind of in that contention to fight for, I would say, second to fourth. They're all around that like 665, 670 mark on the kind of prognosis at the moment. So it's going to be good to watch that battle. We've got kind of a clear-ish leader so far, but anything can shake up, to be fair.
Great good, yeah. 3 more lines, good. Next up, we have 245 kilos being loaded off the short king. Only 15 kilos separate.
We got 245 now for Mr. Sean King.
Bar is loaded for Sean King, 245 kilos. Let's go, Sean. Let's get behind him, everybody. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go, Sean. Every time Sean in these competitions, so make sure we get nice and loud for him. Come on, Sean.
Let's go, Sean. Come on. Go, Sean. Come on. Get after it, Sean. Get after it, Sean.
All yours.
Let's go, man. Come on. Let's go, man. Come on. Be aggressive with it. Let's go.
You got it.
Let's go.
Get set, get set. Get set.
Oh,
Go, say about that. 3 wides, great lift. I'm sure he's happy he doesn't have to do a 4 for 10 like Nationals last year to get that one. We bump it up now to 250 kilos for Ridma.
250 kilos for Ridma. Come on, Ridma!
Sinks it, come on, come on. Beautiful squat there from Ridma.
Man's about as wide as he's tall. 252 for Marius. Just trying to jump ahead of Ridma.
We got Marius next, 252 and a half. Coming down to our last 3 squats here. All 3 of these lifters potentially could get in the top here. And all 3 of them are at least fighting for podium position. Marius is currently positioned to be the forerunner in this event. Especially with that attempt as well. Really just adding kilos. And it's rare you see Marius miss, so it's going to be hard to take him out here. Next we got Thomas here, 260 kilos loaded up.
Thomas had competed last year at Junior Worlds.
And here we go, 260 kilos now for Thomas. Next 2 lifters both doing 260.
Let's go, Thomas!
Come on, Thomas! Come on, Thomas! This is your way, let's go! Let's get a dumbbell! Let's go, man, come on!
Come on! All yours!
I'll wrap it up.
Is this the
Come on, Thomas. Don't be a shit.
Come on, go, go, go! Go!
He stands up with it. Was he deep enough for it? He gets it. Good lift. Man's happy about that one. We now have the final squat of the session. Also 260 kilos for Denzel.
Bar is loaded for Denzel, 260 kilos. Let's go, Denzel.
Let's go, Denzel. Come on. Denzel, come on.
And we will now have a 10-minute break going into the bench press, so we'll be back shortly.
First bench press, the final session tonight.
And here we go for the bench. 87.5 kilos loaded for Chris. I'm not talking to myself. Don't you look at me like that. Easy looking opener there from Chris. 3 white lights, good lift. We go up to 95 kilos now for Joshua.
Few more commands in the bench press. If you're wondering, the head coach will give you the start command and we'll bring the bar to their chest. Once the bar is on their chest motionless, we'll give the press command, at which point they'll press up. The bar is loaded, 95 kilos for Joshua. Once they're pressed up, elbows locked, they will get a rack command. At which point they will be able to get white lights. Smooth it over there. 3 white lights, good lift. Next up, we're about 100 kilos.
Here we go, 100 kilos for Samesh up next. Samesh in the 83 kilo class. Current prognosis puts him in 3rd place. Got a pretty good deadlift. Currently got a 225 on the deadlift opener there. But here we go for him. Easy looking opener there for Smith. Jumping it up now. Sorry, we also have 100 for James.
Iris Little, 100 kilos for James.
Very nice there from James. 3 white lights. So far looking all green on these openers. Coming up we have 110 kilos for Connor.
Bar is loaded for Connor.
Strong press there for Connor. 3 white lights, good lift.
Hard coming out with 110 kilos.
Jumping up to 100. Sorry, weight stays the same at 110 kilos for Saya. Very strong opener there. Looking, all these openers are looking very clean. Good choices so far. No one's really having to struggle too much on the opener, which is kind of what you want to be seeing here. Especially on bench where you don't have as much wiggle room because the weights are going to be lower. But we're jumping to 120 kilos now for Wilson. Wilson ending the squats with a 205 kilo squat. Currently positioned around 2nd place in the class. Just trailing behind Jack 10. Jack sitting about a 600 total, whereas Wilson about a 575. But anything can change. Well, if Wilson makes a few extra attempts and Jack misses a few, could very quickly see that switch around.
Strong press there, takes his time to make sure it's set up.
Very clean press there from Wilson. And we are taking it to 125 for Joseph. 2 reds aside.
Is loaded. Joseph, 125 kilos.
Go on, Joseph.
Pina colada.
We ordering pina coladas? We ordering pina coladas?
Pineapple juice is like
Well, because it's got pineapple in it? Like, my Red Bull's like a vodka Red Bull. 3 white lights there. Good lift for Joseph. Jack's also doing 125. Popular number here. Now the real question and the real mystery of this comp is, will we see the 140 from Jack Tan at this comp? It's been years in the making. We've been waiting. The people are ready. Will this be his time? It was a speedy opener. Hopefully we see a 132 after this, or even a 135 to set up for that 140. We'll see what he goes to though. But here next up we have Arvin with the 125 here.
I don't want to
Very easy there for Arvin. 3 white lights, great lift. Bump it to 140 kilos for Wiramu. Strong opener there, 3 white lights, good lift. We now have George come in. George was the lifter who missed the 2 openers, mainly just because of lack of knowledge on the competition. We'll see how this goes for bench. Being the most technical of the 3 in terms of commands, hopefully he at least knows the bench commands here, otherwise it's going to be a bit questionable. He has put in a 155 opener, so you have to expect the man knows how to bench. Looks like he followed the commands from here. What did the ref say? 3 white lights, great lift. Definitely coming in as a bench specialist. And now we have the real bench specialist of the competition, to be honest. 180 kilos here for Peter. Absolutely menace behavior bench press. Peter usually competes in bench only, but he likes to show us all that he's still a threat to be, not to be underestimated in the 3 lift. and he's showing it now. He's currently kind of set to be in first place after this bench. Of course, without deadlifts having started, that's not saying a whole lot, but great place to be. And just like that, pressing 180. 3 white lights, great lift.
He's also got a massive right now. Next up, we have Chris going to 95. Kilos been loaded on Chris. Bar is loaded. Bar is loaded.
And here we go. Chris's bar is loaded. Three white lights, great lift there for Chris. 100 kilos on the bar now for Josh.
Bar is loaded, 100 kilos for Josh.
For most of his lifts, his bench is really where they're just trying to make sure they don't miss out on kilos. No one's really trying to push it too hard. Because you don't have that many kilos to kind of gain on bench just because of a relative weight. So a lot of people view it as the lift where you have more to lose by trying too hard on it than gain. Of course, not true for some people like Peter who are benching 180, 200 kilos, but we can't all be that strong. That was 3 white lights there for Josh, and we bump up the weight to 105 kilos now for Samesh.
Bar is loaded for Samesh, 105 kilos.
Honestly, you guys are monsters for not sharing. What? The vodka.
3 white lights. James Wilson's also going 105 kilos. Bar is loaded for James.
Won't be the first time doing shots at a powerlifting comp on the desk. And here we go, James, 105 kilos loaded up. Great press there from James.
3 white lights, good lift.
3 white lights, good lift there.
Bar's going out with 112.5.
We got 112.5 kilos now for Sia.
Bar is loaded, 112.5. Nice through the lockout. 3 white lights, good lift.
3 white lights there, good lift. So far, I believe we are all in the green for these lifts. Obviously, commentator curse, sorry Connor, but 117.5 kilos being loaded on. I believe you're strong enough to overcome the curse.
Bar is loaded, 117.5.
Just more adversity. strong there from Connor, and he beat the curse. And I apologize for putting on him. Great lift there, though. We bump it up to 125 kilos now for Wilson.
R is loaded for Wilson.
Smooth press there from Wilson. 3 white lights, great lift. We've got 130 now for Arvin.
Bar is loaded for Arvin.
Arvin looking strong today. He is going to be kind of duking it out for that second place. Him and very nice there from Arvin, leaving him room for that third attempt. We got 132.5 kilos. So the dream of 140 is still alive, technically. He could be jumping 7.5 after this. It's a dream we all share. Unfortunate there for Jack. He could still go 140 for the third. I still have faith. What? Yeah. That's called a commentator curse, Evie, and you've ruined it. We got Joseph up next, 135 kilos. It's in the group chat. Let's go. Evie ruined you, Jack. Just pre-messaging. Don't believe anything anyone says for the next hour. Hey, I said on the live stream that he might still go 140. We don't know.
Great press. Took his time. 3 white lights. Good lift.
That's ticking.
150 kilos. Big load for Wilson.
Like, you're in control of that. You're like, why is that ticking going? Oh wait, I can keep going. Oh wait,
Bar is loaded. 150 kilos.
We bumped the weight 150 kilos now. But we're a move. Solid lift there, 3 white lights.
170 kilos, big load on George.
We jump up now, take a decent jump up to 170 kilos for George. George jumping 15 kilos from opener to second. It's a big bench jump.
No, that's chicken. I brought a lot over because I'm very
Smooth press, but unfortunately it skipped the command on that one. Definitely strong. He's just missing the kind of technique side. Kind of screams to just not having practice in competition or kind of reading through and training with any of the rules. Quite common you get that at kind of regional or novice comps. I'm sure the next comp that he decides to do, he'll be much more experienced. You only really have that issue once, and then you realize you never want to have that issue again. But we've got 190 kilos loaded up for Peter. Oh. Donna, Dominion Road. Strong press there for Peter. 3 white lights, good lift. So other than a miss on technicality, we only had one actual strength fail there. And that's okay because we all know Jack's actually going to go 140 and it's not going to matter on the third attempt.
Bar is led for Chris, 100 kilos.
And we go into our third attempt. We have Chris with 100 kilos being loaded up. Sure. I am so tired. You're hot, I'm tired. Together, we're hired. Oh, great save there from the spotters. Was just losing the way backwards on that one. Not the usual you see raw benches fail, but sometimes people push a bit too far back. It's quite a common cue to push back towards your head. And if you start doing that before you kind of clear a certain point, you'll just end up pushing it back onto you. But we bump it up to 105 kilos now for Joshua. Other than the rushed opener on his squat that he kind of had to rush because he had to lift, it seemed. He's been having a really good day. And that is not changing here whatsoever. That is still looking very comfortable out there. Okay.
much, boys. Alright, this time we have Sahara coming out with 115 kilos. Bars loaded for Tahiti. Good fight, good stay, good one lights, good lift. 130 kilos, no Russell Wilson. Wilson currently sitting in second place. Smash, Joseph, Connor, lifting his head. His heels. And Jack's hand sitting well ahead. Bar is loaded for Wilson, 130 kilos.
It's done if you want it.
Just a little bit too much there. I like Wilson. 132.5. Jack 10. This is on second. He's going to come back down to third. There, right. R is loaded for Jack. 132.5.
Go on, Jack.
Good work, he gets it. 135, good let off Alvin. Alvin currently sitting in third. Bars loaded.
It's just because we're at this angle, you can easily see it. Yeah, I know.
Good fight. Well done. 3-1 lines. Joseph, 140 kilos. Sitting fourth place, getting threes. Arms loaded for Joseph. Run to accumulate as many kilos as he can, go to deadlifts.
And here we go, 140 kilos for Joseph. Coming up to our last couple third attempts for this flight. Joseph going to be our biggest attempt in the 83s. So hopefully he can take this home at least 183 in the 140 range. Strong press there for Joseph. 3 highlights. Great lift. We now have 2 more attempts in the 93 class. We have 170 for George, who smashed it on his second, but just missed the start call. And then we have Peter, who I believe just took the bench 3 lift record with 190, and he'll look to up at 195. Looks like he waits for the calls this time, and he gets it. 3 wide lights. Good lift. Definitely took a few tries for him to get there, but honestly looked great afterwards. We now go 195 for Peter. This will be a bench press record.
Bar is loaded for Peter. 195 kilos for an ultimate record.
Unfortunate there for Peter. A bit too much on the day. Great effort nonetheless. Good save though by the spotters. We now go into our Open 105 flight, which is our massive 14-person flight here. So all of these guys are going to be battling it out with each other for placings. Right now just trying to get as high as they can going for deadlifts, and then we'll see a lot of jostling for position in those deadlifts. Looks like they're just giving the bench a bit of a clean up after it's been abused for the last hour and a half or so. And here we go, 105 kilos on the bar for Angelo. Strong there. Oh. You ready for this, Evie? You ready for this in May? Here we go, and Nathan, 107.5 kilos. This man has got the ROM of most people's squats, really, in this. It's ridiculous. 3 white lights there for Nathan. Great lift. Jump it up, we have 115 kilos for William.
Right over there. 3 white lights, good lift. Next up, we have Angus coming out with 132.5.
Strong there from Will. Up next, 132.5 for Angus. Taking a bit of a jump up here. Too much vodka in those drinks. This is Evie after half a shot. And weight stays 100.
Strong over there. 3 white lights, good lift. Next up, we have Silly coming out with 135 kilos.
I literally can't take the batteries out.
Tires loaded. Silly, 135 kilos.
Okay, well, it's staying on and just over here. I'm not trying to fix it. Fuck it. Stay.
Good, Silly, good point.
That's a later problem. Yeah, that's staying there. No one can touch it. We'll duct tape it on. Easy press there from Silly. 135, like nothing. We got 140 kilos now for Thomas.
Tires loaded for Thomas, 140 kilos.
Smooth looking press there from Thomas. Nice little benchy bench from the main man. We're bumping up now 2.5 to 142.5 kilos for Sean.
Sean wants to get as many kilos as possible so he can break over clean. Tires loaded for Sean, 142.5. Strong when you get there. 3-1 lights, good lift. Nicely done, Sean. 145 is going to load on for David. Big presses in this session. We're looking. Everyone's trying to get as many kilos as they can, get as high placing as they can at the 105. Bar is loaded for David.
We got 145 for David. Unfortunately misses the start call on that one. So, well, it looked plenty strong. He completely missed the call there.
Next up, Adam Morehouse coming out.
You only missed a lift once that way because it feels the worst because you know you had it. Oh.
A few people who are newer to the sport miss their start commands. Bar is loaded for Adam.
We go to 147.5 kilos now for Adam. The majestic bearded man himself.
Easy on you, Tim, yeah. 3-1 lights, good lift. 150 kilos been let off a rimmer. An outstanding squat. Wants to continue that on through the bench press.
And we have 150 kilos now for Ridma. Ridma absolutely smashed his squats, ending up with a 250. Currently putting him in the second place, just behind Marius, within kind of striking distance of Marius, based on, you know, how these benches and their deadlifts end up going. Ooh. Difficult bench there for Redma for his opener. I'd be interested to know if he does have that grip normally. I haven't seen him train recently, but that is a close grip for a bench. It's almost so close that it's difficult to have kind of good benching mechanics with like your elbows under you in any way. You kind of have to let your elbows flare out a lot. But we've got Dental up next, 162.5. Couldn't do this while reffing.
Looking strong. 2-1 he gets in.
2-1, good lift there. Red from the front for depth.
Recent rule change in powerlifting is that elbow needs to get, properly elbow needs to get below the middle of your shoulder of both sides.
We now go to 165 for Oliver.
65 being loaded on Oliver. Bar is loaded Oliver. Very dangerous.
Strong press there from Oliver. 3 white lights, good lift. We now have Marius, 172.5, massive bench here. Lands what?
Just like one on each session for some reason the rack height is safe.
Oh. It happens.
Bars loaded for Marius, 172.5.
Happens to the best of us, and you're far from...
Far from the best.
I just loved when the rack height was wrong and Paul decided, can we get that rack height? And then immediately starts looking for the rack height. Like, no. Massive opener here with the 172. He gets this. It's going to put him in a great position. To be fair, if he doesn't get it, he bombs. So, oh, that's gross. I don't think any of his competition are looking at him now and saying they can get some numbers on him on bench. He's got room on that one. We got 112.5 now for Angelo.
Bars loaded for Angelo, 112.5. Started by second teams for the 105 class. Fight through lockout, 3-1 lights, good left. Next up we have 115 kilos for Nathan.
Retrieve Hamish.
And these are your long jeans.
Bars loaded, 115.
We got 115 kilos now for Nathan. 7.5 kilo jump from first to second. Opener looked very comfy for him. Don't expect to see this one struggle very much.
Control on his test, fast off it. 3-1 lights, good lift.
3 lights, a very nice lift there for Nathan.
Coming out with 122.
We got William up next, 122.5.
Bars loaded for William, 122.5.
Just oh.
Solid press, 3-1 lights, good lift.
Very nice press there from William. Up next, 137.5 kilos for Angus Fulford. Really ramping himself up for that 140 third attempt. Gonna really try and show Jacktown how to do a 140 in comp.
137.5 is being loaded off for Angus Fulford. Bar is loaded for Angus.
Solid press there from Angus. 3 wide lights on track for 140. We look forward to seeing it as a third attempt. He can't go any less, so it's at least 140. And we're all excited.
Bars loaded 140 kilos for Gus.
And here we go, 140 kilos now for Gus. Yeah, I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. Big stretch.
Powerful signature there. 3 wide lights, good lift.
3 wide lights, good lift there for Silly.
142.5. Bars loaded for City.
Whoops. It's not a good lift for Silly, unfortunately. I misspoke there. Now Silly is coming out for his lift. Very nice press there from Silly. Strong press. 3 wide lights. Good lift. Bump it up to 145 now for Thomas.
Bars loaded for Thomas.
Come on, Thomas. Let's go, Thomas. Woo!
Smooth press there from Thomas. Looking comfy for a 150 at the end there, maybe. We got David now with a 145. He just needs to wait for that start call this time. Plenty of strength. Just wait for the calls.
Bars loaded for David.
There we go. Looks much better there for David. 3 wide lights. Good lift. Plenty of strength. Just needs to wait for that call, and he did. We bump it up now. 150 for Sean King.
Bars loaded.
Sean kind of leading the second pack, I guess you could view him. In this competition, there's kind of a bunch of guys around that, like that 670, 680 mark, whereas Sean is kind of around that 640ish mark. But there's about 3 or 4 guys all around that 620 to 640, and Sean's ahead of them at the moment. And it's currently sitting about 6th place, which in a flight of 14 people, not a bad position to be in. Solid looking press there from Sean. 3 white lights. He's got room as well to go. 52, 55. He can kind of pick his position. Got 152 for Ridma. Taking a small jump here. Opener was relatively difficult, actually. He's got a very close grip. Almost too close. It looks like it's serving against him. Just with the width of the man, he's almost got a grip closer than he is wide. definitely a pause there. Is he going to be called for an up and down? Yes. Up and down movement on that one. It is for call. It was definitely marginal, but could view it either way.
The bar can stop, but it cannot drop down, so it must keep continuously moving forward or up.
Unfortunately, it looked like on the far side from the camera, it dipped down and up. You're allowed to pause. You can then, have one side go up and the other side go up as much as you want. You can seesaw it, but you can't have either side drop down. I'm gonna have 170 for Denzel. He's hit this a few times in training. This should be a comfortable number. Although for all of these lifters, there's the fact that the squat is actually quite taxing on the back, and then holding your position on the bench is surprisingly back demanding. Get cramps quite a lot at these maximal lifts. Easy looking presser there from Denzel. 3 white lights. No red from the front for bench depth on that one. Hits it just right. Going up to 177.5 and then a 180 after that for our last 2 benches in the second attempts. We've got one more round after that. Then we'll have a 10-minute break and then the deadlifts. May not feel like it, but we are actually moving through this competition really quickly. It's just we've got 2 flights of 11 and 14 at this point. Lots of lifters to get through. But here's 177 now for Oliver.
Fight through, presses it out. 2 to 1, who gets it? Just one side, butt lift.
Nice lift there, 2 to 1. All you need is a 2, so that's a good lift. We got the red on one side for his butt coming up. Essentially, if the referee could see any daylight from your butt and the bench through kind of the center mass, you will get a red with a yellow on it. But here comes Marius, 180 kilos on the bar, looking to just boost up his lead here. This will also be a good lift for him to kind of start getting into those 700 ranges for the totals. Solid press there from Marius. 3 white lights. Definitely looked like he had to give it a bit of oomph. I would expect to only see 82 or 85 from him coming up next. But we'll see what happens. Next up, we have 115 kilos for Angelo to start off our 3rd attempt in the 105s.
Bar is loaded for Angelo. 115 kilos. Come on, Angelo.
Solid work there for Angelo. 3 white lights. Good lift. Bumping it up. We've got 120 kilos now for Nathan.
Bar is loaded for Nathan. Hard luck. Get it next time.
Unfortunately there for Nathan, a bit too much on the day. But now we got 125 load up for William. Ooh.
Bars loaded for William, 125. Let's go, William. Come on. Good catch, boys. Hard luck, mate. Next up, Angus is going to 140 kilos.
We got 140 kilos up next for Angus. The big 140 here. I know he's been fighting for this one for a while. You guys out? Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's fair enough. You guys gonna go dinner and then your gig? Are you going to Matt's? Maybe. It's real questionable. I am crashing. So, yeah.
Bars loaded for Angus, 140 kilos. Let's go, Angus.
Let's go, man. You got this. Oh, big money.
3 white lights, good lift.
I know he's happy to get that one on the platform finally. We can see Jack Town in the side really paying attention to what Angus did there. Trying to learn from his secrets. Watching another man break that 140 mark hopefully is motivating him. But the show must go on. 145 kilos now for Sully.
145 kilos.
Very easy there for Silly. 145 kilos, 3 white lights are there. Jumping up, we have 147.5 kilos now for Gus.
Bar is loaded for Gus.
And here we go for Gus.
Strong, third attempt. Nice and easy. 3 white lights, good lift. These guys have shown how to do 3 attempts. 150 kilos is coming on for Thomas Delmore. Chasing down his coach of this bench press. Bar is loaded for Thomas. 150 kilos.
Oh, Thomas fighting it out there. Unfortunate though, a bit too heavy on the day. Still walks away with 145, so only a 5 kilo drop there, but we'll see how that goes into the deadlifts, as he is in a battle for placing for sure. We are now going 150 as well for David.
150 kilos.
Solid work there from David. 3 highlights. I wonder if that was actually his planned second because he missed that opener. But here we go for Redmar. 152.5. Again, he's still got 150, so it's only a 2.5 kilo boost on his total. Got it kind of stuck in the middle and then had a bit of downward and upward motion on that one. So if he just kind of keeps the press going through, it should be fine. Strong press there from Redmar.
Sean's coming up with 155. Leonard's quite happy to keep the strongest teacher in 105 at North Shore Barbell.
And here we go with Sean, 155 kilos.
Good fight, Sean pushes through.
All right, and that looks good for Sean. Unfortunately, from this angle, you can't see everything, and there was a bench depth issue from the first, and butt coming up for the side referees.
That's why we have the two side refs positioned where they are. Denzel's going with 172.
We got Denzel up next, 172.5. We're down to our last 3 benches. After this, we'll be taking a 10-minute break going into the deadlifts. But we'll take a quick look at the scoreboard after this one just to see how we're sitting.
Second place in the 105s.
Denzel having a really good day so far. Ended on a 260 squat. Just looking to kind of add kilos here, taking that 2.5 kilo jump. We actually see that for Marius and Denzel both.
Look good here.
Strong press there for Denzel. We're going to take a jump up to 182.5. Let's quickly take a peek over at the scoreboard in general. So as we can see here, Marius is pretty comfortably looking in that first with a 707.5 kind of prognosis there. That being said, Ridmar could... there's quite a few just behind him. You got Ridmar, you got Denzel. So those guys are all either going to be trying to take down Marius or going for that kind of second to fourth place. But first up, Marius right here. If he hits this 182.5, even though it's only 2.5 kilo jump up, it does mean a lot going into deadlift because it gives him that extra wiggle room. And that is 3 white lights there for Marius. Great lifting. We got 185 for our final press. Oliver going in here. And as we see, Oliver after this, this is actually a huge jump, 7.5 kilo jump on this. He really needs this bench to kind of keep him fighting for that second, third. Not that he won't be able to if he doesn't hit this, but it suddenly becomes much more difficult to gain ground if he drops 7.5 in here. So really this all just sits on this bench for him. He locks it out, but was his butt on the bench? No, it was not. Butt lifted quite high off the bench there. Unfortunate on that. We now have a 10-minute break. We'll be back for deadlifts very shortly, and we'll see you all then. And we are about to begin with the deadlift. Starting us off, we will have George with 100 kilos. And here we go. George definitely coming out here to token on the squat and deadlift.
Nice and easy. Lots in the total. 3 white lights, good lift. Next up, we're going up 175 kilos for Chris.
We now go to 175 kilos for Chris. No one's. Welcome to sit. So you got 175 here for Chris out of the under 83 kilo class. Chris is currently sitting in 8th sort of position. Not really much he can fight for here, so he's just going to be looking to build a total. Easy looking pull there for Chris. 3 white lights, great lift.
Good lift. Next up
We now have James taking a bit of a jump up to 195.
Bars loaded for James, 195 kilos.
Easy pull there for James. 2 to 1, he gets it. Wasn't fully extended at the top there. Hips weren't fully locked out. So 1 red for the front ref. But all you need is the 2 whites, so still gets the lift. We are bumping it up to 200 kilos now for Josh.
Bars loaded for Joshua.
Strong pull there from Josh. 3 white lights for that one. We bump it to 210 kilos now for Connor. Connor sitting right now in 5th place with roughly like a 517 odd total. Take a quick peek here. He's kind of got a chance at, well, this will actually put him close to that 4th place in the class. But here we go for Connor. This also gets him closer to that national qualifier if he's looking to try and hit that. For the 83 class, that is the 547.5 kilo total. So he's still got about 30 kilos he has to try and get, but we'll pay attention and see if he looks to grab that. We've got 210 as well for Sahar. Strong pull there for Sahar. 3 white lights, good lift. Bumping it up, we have 220 for Joseph. Joseph sitting on, with this would be a 535. Actually puts him 5 kilos behind 3rd. And then it's another about 40 to 2nd. So he will be definitely in a fight for 3rd place here. And also pushing to get that qualifying number for nationals, I'm sure.
Let's go, Joseph.
So here's Joseph's pull, 220 for that 535 lock-in total here. Very nice there from Joseph. Definitely has some wiggle room after that on where he wants to jump to. He's getting to add about 12.5 kilos there to hit the qualifying total for nationals. But we'll see if he's going for that or just mainly for the 3rd place in his class. Odds are they'll probably be one and the same by the end of it. Next up, though, we've got Peter, 220 kilos on the bar. Solid looking pull there for Peter, 220 kilos. We got 225 kilos now for Samesh. Samesh, the one who is currently in 4th actually in the 83 kilo class. So
Arms loaded for Samesh, 225 kilos. Full plate deadlift.
easy opener there for Samesh. Definitely letting himself room to go. And we have Waramu with 235 kilos being loaded on the bar. Down to our last, I believe, 4 openers here. And then we'll be able to kind of get a better idea on everyone's total currently and how they're going to be looking to place and the kind of final outcome of the competition. Locks about definitely a little bit of a grind on the thighs. But we'll see if that kind of continues into the second. Same weight though here for Jack Tan, currently leading the pack. It'll be 83s. With this pull, he will have a 607.5 kilo total. And the next lifter, Wilson, once he gets his pull, will have a 580. So, 27 odd kilos ahead. They both get this. That's pretty securely in that first place. Although Wilson has made some pretty crazy jumps in the past to take placings off people, and made them. But Jack is looking strong with that pull. Much narrower stance, actually, than I believe I've seen from him previously. We got Arvin now, 235, our final 93 to pull to register a deadlift.
235.
Strong pull there for Arvin. 3 white lights, great lift. And we now have our final opener here, 250 kilos. This will pretty much secure him at least second in the 83 class and put him within shooting range of first for Jack Tan, depending on if Jack messes up his second and third attempts. Regardless, Wilson will almost definitely have the option to pull last and go for whatever place he wants to try and pull for. Yeah, definitely with a pull like that, he's going to have all the wiggle room he needs.
3 white lines, good lift.
And with that, we now get into our second attempts.
150 kilos for George.
We have 150 kilos being loaded up for George.
for George. Start of each round, we give the bar a nice clean. Bar is loaded. Come on, George. That's strong.
Strong pull there from George. 3 white lights. Good lift.
Might come out as third and deadlift more than he benched. 190 kilos.
See if he
coming up
jumps
for
another
Chris.
50 kilos for 200 on that one. We go up to 190 kilos now for Chris.
I'm technically doing my new school shoot.
Bar is loaded for Chris. Come on, Chris.
She's blocking the escape. I'll have to scale the desk. I'll have to scale the desk now. She's blocking the escape. Easy looking pull there for Chris. 190 kilos. No problem. We're bumping up 205 now for James Wilson.
A really good day so far. Bar is loaded for James.
Jen's having a really good day so far. 185 and 105 in squat and bench respectively. And here we go with his 205. Smooth pull there from James.
Strong walkout, look better than this opening.
3 white lights, great
good
lift. Looking like he's still got room as well, which is what you always want to see after that second, especially for deadlift, where it's so taxing if you do one that's kind of too close to your max on your second.
So far. Should be seeing
We take a bump up now to 215 kilos for Josh. This will get him a cool 500 kilo total.
speedy lockout.
Very strong lookout there from Josh. 3 white lights, good lift.
Going up 2.5 kilos to 217.5. This is hard. Bars loaded.
Here we go with Sahaj with 217.5 kilos. Solid pull on that one. 3 white lights, good lift.
Connor steps up to 4 red plates per side. 225
We are
kilos.
bumping it up now for Connor to 225 kilos.
Strong in his opening attempt.
This will put him in kind of that somewhat close for getting national qualifier on the last pull. He'll still need to bump it up to 240 kilos on that third pull for qualifier, but we'll see what he does. He looks like he might have that other 15 in there. That was a very smooth pull.
Next up we have Joseph going 235.
We're not using my animation switch. This one. Is he gonna do it?
Bars loaded for Joseph, 235 kilos.
They're not using it. Oh. They are now. No, absolutely. it just wasn't selected. Now it is. Here we go, 235, sorry, for Joseph. This will give him the qualifying number for the 83s and set him up nicely in that third position for now, depending on what some of the other lifters do. Very nice there from Joseph. Even got room on that third to play with. We jump over to Peter now, looking to just hit up his numbers on his total. So chuck him up above the 650 numbers, which is really quite strong for a 93. I mean, you could count the wrong number. Yeah, and you and counting are like... It was smart to make the deadlift ones white, though. Save on colored paper.
Yeah. He said to me, it's cheaper if I just use something I have in stock. Doesn't matter what the colours are.
Is loaded.
I guess in theory it would be cheaper.
Smash in a 5% place that bronze medal.
Cheaper also because I already had. I didn't have to order anything.
How much
Although it's quite thick, which is why I had to do
good, 3 wide lights, good left.
I did get hit by a couple staples as people ripped cards off by the desk, and I just get pinged in the face. What the
Woodloo's coming out with 247.5.
It is what it is.
2.5 kilos separates Arvin and Woodloo.
Just hand people loose papers, and
For second and
nah,
third in our
loose
93
papers, and if you
kilograms.
lose it, you don't get to pick an attempt. We have 247.5 kilos now for Wuramu. One of our last two lifters in a 93 for their second attempts, and one of the two battling it out for that second, third place here. Getting your boots on, back to an old school, back to the boots. Oh. 2 to 1, he gets it, good lift. Red with a blue on one side, it was for ramping. Up on the thighs. We are boosting it up to 250 kilos now for Jack Tan. If he hits this, it pretty much sets him in the lead. If he misses though, Wilson has set himself up on his second to beat Jack on the third if Jack misses this. So we'll see what happens here. No doubt. That was a beautiful pull there from Jack. Maybe he'll be sticking with this closer stance sumo for him. We've seen a lot of lifters actually gravitating towards a slightly closer stances of late.
This would get Arvin back in front of Woodloo.
But we now have Arvin with 250 being loaded up.
Let's go, Arvin.
This pull will set Arvin back into second, which was just taken away from him. Looks strong there from Arvin, and because he has the bigger deadlift of the two, he will have a chance to kind of take that second with whatever he needs to for it. But here we go. We have Wilson now, 270 kilos on the bar. And if we actually quickly take a look at the scoreboard, we can see Jack's put in a 280 as his third. This is probably just going to be a placeholder to just see what Wilson does. And then maybe try and force Wilson, if Wilson hits this and it looks comfy, to pull something he's not comfortable pulling. But we'll see how well this goes for Wilson here. It looked good from Wilson. Does he have 22 and a half more in him? He would actually have to go 25 more, I believe, because... Oh.
All right, we're going to the start of our third attempts.
Yeah, so he'll have to go 25 more because he's actually the heavier body weight between him and Jack. So we'll see if Wilson wants to go for 295 or not. But we continue on into the third attempts. First up, we have George here with 200 kilos being loaded up. Probably taking, sorry, not 200, 190. Still taking the biggest deadlift jumps I've ever seen. 50 kilos from opener to second and 40 from second to third. Respectable jumps. I think we should see more people take these sorts of jumps. Very, very respectable here.
Let's get behind him. Let's give all these guys a lot of support. It's been a long night. Let's get behind the man. Come on, George.
Unfortunately there. A bit too heavy on the day. Maybe if the attempts were a bit closer together, he would have been ready for that one, but good effort nonetheless there from George. Definitely from his next competition onwards, he will have a lot more experience as well. It'll be good to see him at his next comp absolutely smash it. We have Chris up next, 200 kilos.
Is loaded for Chris. 200 kilos for his final deadlift. Let's go, Chris. Come on, Chris. Just keep pulling, lock out. Put those hips through.
Very nice third there from Chris. 3 white lights, great lift. Leanne just got reminded on Facebook that 10 years ago was our senior prom because of this photo. And she just said to me, she's like, we are children. I guess. No. No. It's the genes. Don't age.
Powers loaded for James Wilson, 215 kilos for his final deadlift. Come on, James.
And here we go, 215 kilos now for James. Great fight there from James. What did the rest say? 3 white lights. Awesome work. Great selection there. That was everything he could have given on that deadlift. We're loading up 222.5 kilos now for Sahar.
The bar is loaded for Sahar. 222.5. Go! This will give 517.5 kilo total. Go! Up! Let's go! Yes. Down. Great 13.
Very nice there for Sahaj. We're now going into the 93 kilo class with Josh with 230 kilos. Taking him up to 515 to end out his day. Pretty much everything's looked really comfortable for Josh, other than, of course, that first squat where he had to rush out because he didn't realize he was lifting. But everything other than that has been absolute smoke show from him.
loaded for Josh. 230 kilos. Come on, Josh.
Very solid pull there from Josh. And he gets 3 white lights for a great lift. And here we go, one of our first kind of big numbers here on the thirds. It's not going to move him in placings, but what it will do is give him the qualifying total for nationals. So 547.5, 83 qualifying total, so right on the money here.
Connor's gone up 15 kilos from 2nd to 10.
So very important pull for him.
The bar is loaded for Connor, 240 kilos. Come on, Connor. Come on. Let's go.
So this is for that qualifier. Here we go. He had plenty of strength on that second.
Great lockout there. Referee.
What do the refs say? And that gives him that qualifying total so he can look to compete at nationals if he so chooses to. Next up, we got 242.5 kilos for Peter. This will give him a cool 660 kilo total.
Bar is loaded for Peter. 242.5. Come on, Peter. Let's go. Finish it off strong. All yours, Peter. Come on, bro.
Unfortunate there for Peter. A bit too much on the day. Still walks away with 235, so didn't really lose very much at all there. Still takes 652.5 kilos and first in the 93 kilo class. Now we have Joseph looking to do 245 kilo for a 560. This will put him in that third place for now. Samesh still has to pull, but all he can do really is take that position for the time being, and it's what he's going to try and do here. It's a small enough jump, 7.5, so hopefully he can look to smash it out. I hope Jack changed. It's 245 for Joseph, 3 white lights. That puts him into third place for now. So here comes Samesh now, 247.5. This will chip on what Joseph just hit. So this will take him to 562.5 kilo total, and put him into that third place and secure it. So this is for that bronze position. Very good fight between these two. Very interesting to see because, as you can see, kind of like opposites on squat and bench. One has a high squat, one has a high bench, but then they have roughly equal deadlifts, so they're really duking it out here.
Bar is loaded for Samesh.
And here he comes.
Come on, everybody. Come on, Samesh, take that prize. Get on that podium. Come on, brother.
Oh, that did. Didn't even look like he was really trying there, honestly. That looks very comfy. We're jumping up now to 255 for Wiremu.
We've got to change. Just quickly, sorry guys, hold fire, we've just got to change. 252.5 kilos. For
Weight
Arvin.
is going down to 252.5 kilos now for Arvin. If we look at the numbers here, Arvin is the lighter of the two lifters, so if they equal the same number, Arvin does win it. So, yeah, if Arvin pulls this, it means they'll need to pull 257 to beat him.
Bar is loaded for Arvin.
Here comes Arvin now.
252.5. Let's go, Arvin.
This is the smart call here.
Let's go.
He locks it out, and it didn't look like down and up, and he gets 3 white lights for it. Great lift. Let's see, will he change
Right, now we're going back. 255
to look to change that total? It doesn't look like he's changing, so he's sticking for 3rd place total.
This will give him a
Interesting
600 kilo
choice.
total.
So even if he gets this, Arvin beats him on body weight. So he's just kind of sticking to this number. It will still give him the deadlift position over Arvin, but not the total.
Bar is loaded for Woodaroo.
Yep, so bar's loaded, can't change now, so here we go. Probably a good call anyway not to go up, but
Great
Wurmu,
lifting from you today.
good effort
We'll
overall.
finish it off with a bronze medal.
Still finishes off in bronze. 93s are all finished out here. Down to our last 2 lifts. We have 272.5 for Jack Tan.
This will give him a 645 kilo total. He's locked in the gold medal.
Wow.
He's looking to pull a big kilo total.
Now, Wilson will go 295. Watch.
22.5 kilos.
Now, if Jack does miss this, Wilson could come in with a 295, which would be very exciting to see. But for now, it looks like we've got Jack with the 272.5, 600-pound pull for a 645 total.
2.5.
Very big total.
Come on, Jack, let's go! Come on, Jack! Let's go! Come on, go, go, go! Come on! Hold it! Oh!
270.
I said hold it.
Highlight there. Really for me.
Unfortunate there for Jack. Couldn't quite hold on to it. Let's see.
Wilson's coming
Come
out
on.
with a huge
Wilson could still come in and change for a 295.
This will be the final pull of that first flight. This will be one of the biggest pulls of this entire session.
Come on, John, do it. Do it, John. Change it.
Only an 83 kilo lifter pulling 280.
Oh. Looks like they're not going to be changing the attempt. As fun as it would be to see the 295 attempt,
Final rush of the bar.
we are going to be having a more realistic 280 being put on the bar.
Bar's ready. Ref's ready. Bar is loaded for Wilson. 280 kilos.
Here we go, 284 Wilson.
Let's go. All yours.
Let's go, Wilson.
Let's go.
Come on, let's go. Let's go, Wilson.
Oh, it was a good pull there. 2-1, he gets it. It was probably a fair call not to go for the 295, but very nice there from Wilson. Ends with a 610 total and silver medal.
All right, now we're starting us off in the final flight. We're going to the 105 class. Last one, lifting for the day. 195 kilos is starting us off. Gus.
We now have our 105 kilo class, the final
Be ready to
flight
see some
of the
battling.
day.
We have 4 guys battling it out for our podium spots.
Thank gosh, hopefully we can finish up today before 10 p.m.
675,
It's been a long day for a lot of us.
672. That's all the opponents.
Thank you all for joining in on such a late session as well. Hopefully you got some popcorn, a cup of coca, and just laying in bed all cuddled up watching powerlifting.
195 kilos for our opening deadlift in the 105 class.
We've got 195 here for Gus, starting us off strong. Whew. That was a fast pull.
Going up 200 kilos, Angelo. Bars load of Angelo, 200 kilos for his opening deadlift.
And here we go, Angelo, 200 kilos on the bar.
Lockout. 3 white lights, good lift.
Good lift there for
Yeah, but I mean, like, you're not.
Angelo. We jump up to 227.5 kilos for Adam.
If he didn't re-register and he had again, he would just knocked him in. Because I feel like if we never trained him together, if he was at the same, if he was Angelo.
Bars load for Adam, 227.5.
I actually had someone in mind today.
Strong over there. Nice and easy. 3 white lights.
3
good
white
lift.
lights there, nice lift there for Adam.
Nathan's coming out with 230 kilos.
We jump to 230 kilos now for Nathan.
Bars load for Nathan.
I'm so chuffed. You're literally better at it than I am. That's the box.
Evie, anyone who's seen you use a laptop could tell you that. Used to pat your laptop to try and make it work.
It was really old. But it worked. The guy didn't know how to get that.
Strong pull there. 3 white lights, good lift. That's a good start for his opening deadlift. William's going to stay at 230 kilos.
I've only got one speed, fast.
To be fair, it was exceptionally slow.
Yes.
How did petting it make it?
It didn't.
Exactly. Although, what do they say? If you can't do, teach.
Yes.
You to teach Leanne.
And if you can't sport
Bars
powerlift.
loaded.
If you can't.
If you can't sport
Let's go, William.
powerlift.
Yeah, that's
230 kilos.
done.
Opening deadlift.
I mean, it's technically good balance. It's suck
Yeah.
everything else.
If you can't hand-eye coordinate.
That's literally how we should market it.
Yeah. If you can't sport powerlift,
Kids in high
welcome.
school, they're like, I got the sport for you.
Yeah. Have you failed out of every other sport tryout you've tried?
Have you had multiple
Strong over there.
goals, like
That's a little bit of balance at the top. But
I
it's
think
okay.
you would make a
3 white
perfect
lights, good lift.
powerlifter.
245
Do you want to be stuck in
Denzel.
place, lifting in a position of power?
Denzel is one
just
with
one
his
plane
fighting
of
out for
motion.
the
Yeah.
podium
That's all
position.
it is.
Yeah.
No coordination required. It's literally just up and down.
Bars loaded.
And here we go with Denzel, 245 kilos.
Dr. W.
Denzel absolutely smashed his squat and bench. He's been working on the deadlift a lot. Once this kind of comes through a lot more, he will be honestly one of the kind of top guys around for this class. Even now, he is fighting for that podium position with a deadlift quite a fair bit below the other guys. That being said, beautiful opener there for Denzel. We got Sean King also doing 245 here. Really taking a look at some of the other openers here. We have got some bigger pulls up here. Ridma at 280. Mateos at 272 and a half.
This looks deadly, yeah.
I'm sure that was all caught.
Hi, Angus.
Easy pull there for Sean.
245 stays on the bar for David.
How the thing I opened to Angus, the only other thing he sent me is that photo from the comms.
Bar is loaded for David, 245 kilos.
Here we go, 245 as well for David. Very popular number.
Strong opener there, 3 white lights, good left. Silly's coming out with 247.5.
And here we have Silly, 247 and a half, taking a bit of a switch up from the 245 Classic. Not sure how I feel about that. 245 is a sacred opener. Can't change a Classic like that. Oh, that's... okay, that's why he's Xing them. Ah, just looking at the qualifying. Why is... it is my background.
Why?
Because it makes it easier than having to open my phone each time for now. I do it for records as well. Very nice there from Silly. 260 now for Oliver. Very quickly getting some very big openers here. All of...
Bar is low for Oliver. One of the guys fighting out for a podium spot.
Once we get through the first round deadlifts, we'll have a much better idea on kind of positioning going forward. But for now, 260 from Oliver looked very clean there. No real sticking points for him at that sort of weight. We're jumping up by 5 for 265 for Thomas. Big opener from him. Very interesting to see a lot of different styles, especially in the deadlift. Some people like to open very light and take large jumps, and deadlift is really where you see that. Some guys, I believe like Thomas is one of them, where it's a lot closer to their kind of max number that they open at. Very nice pull there from Thomas. Having a great day so far from him. We have Angus Fulford.
I'd give him a white light.
Bar is low for Angus, 266.
Just hold up a white card.
I think you did great.
Just misses horrifically.
We'd like to overturn it.
Yeah.
For,
You have one guy in a suit in the crowd who just looks like a real professional.
3 white lights, good lift. Marius is coming out. 272.5, 600 pounds.
We have our last two openers here. First up, we have Marius, 272 and a half. Looking to hit that 707 total here. massive lift so far to be hitting 700 on your opener deadlift.
Should leave it. Let's go. I want to see him pull more.
300 at every comp until he gets it. That's the rules.
You might not even notice.
No. Honestly, that might make him hit it. He's too much in his head. Just load it. Don't tell him. Very solid pull there from Marius, though. And our final opener here, we have 280 kilos for Redma. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Bar is loaded for our final opener. 280 kilos for Redma.
Redma recently hit the big 300 in the gym, so this should move pretty well. It moved well, but we'll see how it goes coming up. It'll be interesting to see because he does have a tendency to kind of lean back a bit. We'll see what happens at heavier weight if that lean back kind of causes a bit of an issue with hitching or ramping. You see it a lot for some of the bigger guys. It's not a problem at lightweights because they move through that range of motion so quickly. But once it gets heavier, you kind of start having problems there. Looking over a bit at the score sheet here, we have Marius sitting up there in first, Redma right behind him, and then Denzel. But as you can see from the prognosis, it's actually quite a lot of jumping around in these pulls. So Oliver is actually looking to take second out of his second round deadlifts, but we'll see how that all goes. For now, we've got Angelo with 210 kilos on the bar. You need one of the big ones. Just have a stable gun and have someone hold it.
2-1, he gets it.
Who's a masochist around here?
Raise your hand.
Raise your hand. There. Weight jumps up by 5 kilos at 215 for Gus.
Partners loaded for Gus, 215 kilos for his second attempt deadlift.
Absolutely smashed his opener here. 20 kilo jump up. Love to see it. And that's easy as well. Strong pull there from Gus.
2.2.5 is being loaded off for William.
Interesting to see where some of these guys go to. We've got essentially everyone who is going to be looking to pull for qualifying totals has already pretty much done so, unless some of these guys take massive jumps on the thirds. So really it's just pulling for higher total, you know, deadlift PRs for themselves or for placings. But here we have 42.5 kilos now for William.
Here's the lockout referee say.
Unfortunate there. Called for ramping on that one. But you cannot use your thighs to assist the lift by resting it on your thighs, essentially. So all three actually called for ramping, so it's not just a case of, you know, one ref saw some, the others didn't. It was pretty obvious ramping there. But we're jumping up now. 245 for Nathan.
Bars low for Nathan. 245 kilos for his second attempt.
This will jump Nathan up a placing for the time being from 12 to 11, I believe. And kind of there's a gap between the guys in about 570. It jumps then up to about 620. So this will put him at the head of those guys in kind of that second group. Strong looking pull there for Nathan. Had to give a bit of a fight, but you're kind of expecting that on these second pulls. Now we got Silly with 255. This will look to just jump him a few placings. This will actually give him at least 9th place overall, because I believe it was Angelo in 9th has actually scratched his second and third attempts. He got the national qualifier on the opener and scratched the rest, either injury or, you know, just to kind of rest up, and this was just to qualify. But here we go, 255 for Silly. Three lights there for Silly.
260 kilos. Denzel's in this battle for second position, trying to get as high as he can on that podium. Bar is loaded for Denzel. On prognosis, there's only 2.5 kilos separating 3 men.
And here we go, Denzel, 260 kilos here. He really needs this. He needs every kilo he can in this battle here. Having the lower of the deadlifts, he's pretty much setting the pace for the other guys. Good pace, good pace. He's got room. So we'll see where he goes after this. He's looking very strong. Looking on point for a 700 kilo total. I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
I can hear you saying that before.
We got 260 as well now for Sean. Pretty sure this hits him into a PR total for himself. And we'll definitely see if he has room after this 260. This is actually a massive deadlift for him. He's always had a bit of a struggle for his deadlift, so if he hits this, it'll be awesome. It was definitely a fight at that lockout, but he gets it there. Not sure what the blue on the side there is. Oh, sounds like it was also a white, just mispressed by Kazu. So, happens.
260, bar is loaded for David.
We have 260 as well now for David.
Great second attempt there. 3 white lights, good left. Looking so strong. Alright, 277.5 for Thomas Delmore.
Here we go, 277.5 for Thomas. One of the kind of group of guys all fighting it out for podium sort of position.
Thomas generally competes in this 93 kilos class. Today doing the 105, so he prepares for Worlds.
Thomas is definitely the lightest of all the lifters here today, sitting at 96 kilos in this class. Yeah, usually in a 93 class, and he will be in the 93 class in 8 weeks in Malta. But he's just a bit chubby today, so you know, he's in the heavier class because he just wants the love handles for a couple days. It's been cold in Auckland, honestly, and he's just trying to adjust.
Come on, Thomas. Let's go. Come on, come on, come on. Woohoo!
There we go.
The love handles helping out here. Definitely looking very strong on that one. We'll see where he goes to after that. Where it's like a 285 sort of number. But we got 280 now for Oliver. Oliver is this will put him into second for the time being. If he gets this, 2.5 above Denzel. And then it will be up to Redmar to take that from him. Or sorry, Redmar will be equal to him after this. And Oliver is actually quite a light lifter here. He's only 99 kilo body weight, so he will have the body weight advantage going forward.
280 kilos.
So here we go. Let's see how this goes. This pool's really going to tell who's going to be in that kind of fight for second and third. He stands up good. Was he locked out? He was. Okay. 3 white lights. Good lift. Definitely a bit slower, but still looks like he's got some room there. We've got the kind of dark horse in the deadlift discussion. Angus Fulford, 282.5 kilos. Definitely a deadlift specialist here. I heard if this moves fast enough, he'll go 300, so... Oh, I think that looks like a 300 angle to me. I think that's 300 if I've ever seen it, and I'm hearing 300 from the crowd as well, so... I think Angus is probably going to be smart and go 295, but we're going to change it. The desk has made a decision to change it to 300, and so we get one a comp. It's an archaic rule. Yeah, we get one veto to a lifter's lift. And we now have 287.5 for Marius.
Bars loaded for Marius. 287.5. Come on, Marius.
Even lower than I thought. Oh. I guess it was 82 on the last one. He gets this. This pretty much secures him that first. Oh, if he gets this. Yeah, he definitely gets this. 3 white lights. That was gross. Marius was never in trouble to have that pulled away from him. So now it's definitely a fight for that second to kind of 5th place for the other lifters. And speaking of that battle, we have Ridma up next, 292.5. So this will equal him to Oliver. But Oliver is the lightest of those guys fighting for that position. So. Oh. Thomas is being cheeky. Maybe, we'll see. Locks it out. What do the refs say? 2-1. Good lift. Yeah, red on one side for not being fully locked out. Okay, you only need 2 whites on there.
One of our referees. Next up, we have 215 kilos for Angelo.
If Thomas gets his and everyone else misses, he wins on body. He takes second on body weight.
Harrison first, Oliver second, Ridmar third,
The little
Hazel fourth,
bastard.
Thomas fifth. They're all fighting it out for that podium spot.
So looking over kind of the scores as we have them now, most of the positions are kind of set in stone up to that second to fifth position. We've got some fight in the 7th and 8th at 650 and 652, and then we've got Sean King at 660 planned there, so he's pretty secure. But at second to fourth position, any of those guys could take it depending on who makes it and who misses. But for now we got Angelo, 215 kilos being loaded up.
Just down far, 3 white lights, good lift. Nicely done, great lifting today. Well done, Angelo. Next up we have Gus, 230 kilos. These are the final deadlifts, let's help him out, let's get nice and loud. Last lift of the night. Lots of energy. Same as before, every time I get a third lift, I'm going to clean the bar.
And now we have 230 kilos here for Gus. This will put Gus in the time being in the 11th place
Bar is loaded for
position.
Gus, 230 kilos.
So bump him up a position if he gets this. Oh, he got it.
There's a lockout. Referees.
And he gets the 3 white lights for it. Very nice from Gus.
Great lifting today.
Taking that 11th place for the time being. There's still another lifter who could come back and take it back off him, but
Lifts.
we'll see what happens in the next couple lifts here. First up, we have 242.5 for William. This will set him at 550 total. Nice whole number right there.
Bar is loaded for William, 242.5. What do the refs say?
Solid there from William. 2-1. Good lift.
252.5. Bit loaded off for Nathan.
Solid pull there for William. Weight goes to 252.5 kilos now for Nathan.
Yeah, they did a 252.5. This would give Nathan a 567.5 kilo total.
I meant to take a trailer to the dump tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And I think I'm just going to tell my flatmates I'll do it on Monday during work.
Let's go, let's go.
Why are you taking a trailer to the dump?
Because we have a bunch of stuff we have to throw away, and I have a trailer. And I was like, I'll do it Sunday, and so we all packed it and had it ready. But I might be like, you know what, I'll just do it while I'm working on Monday. I don't want to get up early tomorrow. Especially if I go out tonight.
Lift it through, rips ready, 3 white
This is
lights,
sick
good
giggle.
lift. Now we have Silly coming out with 262.5.
Oh.
This would give him a 627.5 kilo
And here we go, 262.5 for Silly. Looking over where he's kind of been positioned. Looking at where he's positioned here, this will take him up to 627, not moving him in terms of positioning or ranking, and he did get the national qualifier on his second attempt, which is awesome to see. So just adding kind of kilos to his total.
Let's go, come on. Keep pulling all the way through. Let's go, come on.
Very nice there for Silly. We now have Sean King here with 265 kilos. Put him at 660 and should put him out of range of anyone taking his position from him. If he does miss this though, Angus Fulford could jump to 295 and beat him on body weight. So important pull here. To be fair, even if he gets this, Angus could jump to 300 and beat him on body weight.
All right, let's make some noise for Sean. Let's get him fired up.
The real
Bar
motivation.
is loaded! 265 kilos for Sean King! Let's go, Sean. Come on, bro, let's do this. Come on!
Oh.
Let's go, Sean. Throw it up. Come on!
All the way.
Just keep lost. So close.
Unfortunate there for Sean. Keeping him in fifth for now. We'll see if Angus makes the change though. But for now we have Denzel with 270 kilos here. If we switch over to the score sheet real quick, this will give him a 702.5 kilo total, putting him into second place. He's also one of the heavier, he is the heaviest of the kind of the guys fighting it out. So he's pretty much trying to set the pace so that the other lifters have to hit. This will give him a 700 total and take the second place for now.
Come on, Denzel. There it is. Beautiful pull, pretty white light. An outstanding performance from Denzel. He's put the pressure on Oliver and Ridma. Yet to come.
So with that, Denzel takes second place here for now. We've got David here loading 270. This will, for the time being, put him ahead of Angus Fulford into 7th place. Angus will then be able to try and pull to beat him and potentially, if he changes the weight, beat Sean as well. I don't expect to see that weight change, but who knows? We could see it. But here comes David, 270 kilos.
Let's go, David. Go, David.
Very nice there from David. And now we have the first lifter looking to take that second away from Denzel. We have Oliver, 287.5. He hits this, he'll be beating Denzel by body weight. And this will actually force Ridma to go up if he wants to beat Oliver as well. So honestly, if he hits this, Oliver is pretty well positioned to take second overall. Just taking a look at it here. So yeah, who ended 7:02.5, and you see Ridma already has the 3:05 locked in there with the 7:07. He'll drop that down, I assume, if Oliver here misses to beat Denzel on bodyweight. But here we go with Oliver.
All the way, come on. He fights through, he locks it.
Unfortunately there, he didn't quite fully lock it out there. Looking back at the scoring now though, we have Thomas coming up next.
Thomas Delamore is coming out. 290 kilos loaded on the bar.
We have 290
Loaded.
It's just such a big high and low in volume. It's like just pick something in the middle and leave it. No, I'm not talking. Yeah. Yours was like a low. Yeah. So Thomas is going for a 290 here.
Is loaded.
When I announced, do I go like that?
Come on, Thomas! Let's go, Thomas! Come on! Get after him, man! Let's go! Come on! Go!
So with that for Thomas, that sets him into third place with body weight for now. So we'll see what Ridma ends up doing, and if he ends up dropping it to trying to secure third place from Thomas. Oh. So we got 292.5 now for Angus to take back the 7th place from David.
Massive share here for Angus. Bar is loaded. 292.5. Come on, Angus. All the way. Come on, mate.
Come on, go!
Gets it locked out. 3 right.
Very nice there from Angus.
Awesome work, Angus.
I feel like there could have been a 300 there for Angus, but you know. Oh, he's going off the wrong way off the platform. It's okay. We've all been there. We now have Ridma with 300 kilos. This will be to put him into second place with 702.5 to win on body weight with Denzel. If he doesn't make this though, he's in 5th. So it's a hell of a pull for him. He hit 300 last week for the first time, I believe. So this will be a big deal to hit on the platform. Here we go. Like that when I speak.
Here we go, come on, mate. Everything you got. Come on, man, look it out.
It was a chalk he left on the side. So with that, Denzel secures second, and Thomas took third place.
290 kilos from Thomas put him into third place.
So Thomas takes third on body weight over the other 2 lifters with 695. Great choice of attempt on that third one there. And the 290 actually would come through for him, so great choice there. We now have Marius, 300 kilos.
100 kilos! And with that, the bar is loaded! Come on,
let's get it!
Let's go!
Come on, man, that's all yours! Skills on! Lock in, man, let's go!
All yours. Let's go! Come on, Marius.
Come on, Marius! Let's go, man, come on! This is your weight, let's go!
Unfortunately, there, great effort, but he did not lock it out all the way. That concludes out the lifting. Let's take a look. Ending out, we have Marius, Denzel, and Thomas in 1, 2, and 3. We'll be looking to do prize giving in 5 to 10 minutes, so we'll be back shortly.
third, we have Samish Kurosawam. Samish. All right, and in second place, pulled massive 280 kilos for an outstanding final pull, Wilson Liang. Leading from the front the entire time, taking out the gold medal with the 83 kilo class, Jack Tan. Jack's run away. 83 kilo class. Well done, guys. Alright, we're going on to our 93 kilo class in third place, taking out the bronze medal, Woodable Poro. Nice done, man. Taking out the silver medal with his final pull to push Whittaker a little too far. We have Arvid. And taking out the gold medal on the back of his 190 kilo bench press, Peter Severini. The 93 kilo open class.
Do you want to eat the rest of the pizza?
Right, I'll pull you guys.
Glenn? Take it home?
What's that, sorry?
The pizza.
Alright, to finish us off, this was an outstanding
I can do
fight.
someone else.
Really good competition between all
take
these
some and share
lifters.
with them.
Top 5 guys could be
I
fighting
put
for all
most of it into
positions on
one
the
box.
podium.
Just go and grab some.
And with his final
I don't
pull
wanna
of
throw it out.
290
No, all good, I'll
kilos,
take it.
he got himself onto the podium in third place. Thomas Delamore. And with an extremely impressive performance, taking out silver medal, Denzel Hogan. And taking out the gold, just missing 300 kilos on his final pull, Marius Taudu. Your 105 kilo class, Auckland 2023. Well done, guys. Massive round of applause for all our lifters. Congratulations on all your lifting today. Outstanding work. Tomorrow morning we have our 69, 76 and up classes in the women. And then to finish us off, we have our 120 and 120 pluses in the afternoon. So make sure you get down nice and early for some great lifting. Thank you very much to everybody for helping out today. Last bit of information, could you please take all your rubbish, make sure it's nice and clean so I don't have to spend all my time trying to clean up, please. Alright, thank you. And if you are feeling a little bit extra healthy, can we please unload the bars